Hey guys, how's it going? Back with you 8 p.m. just before 8 p.m. Eastern on November 28th, 2021. Gonna get on the server here for my employees. Oops, I gotta turn my volume down. Bit of an echo. Okay, loading up. At least we think we are.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. It should circle around. The little thing should circle around. So yeah, we had a nice turnaround up top. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, Matt, quit playing around with shit. And that's where we left off with the turnaround. Now, I just want to let you take a look at that for a moment while I take a look at the sheet. Now, the sheet is available in the description, as with everything else. So we can keep on doing 301, 302, but we wanted to run 301, 302. Then I knew we would have empties. So at the smelter, which is, now I'm looking at the run trains, the very last tab. You got 500 series trains. What's we got? What's we got? Hey, Bob.
Hello.
What's happening?
Just chilling like a villain.
Ah, yeah. I'm up at the iron ore mine. Gonna bring the empties back down. I ran the 301, 302, and I had an extra beam train, or beam car, I should say, but I screwed that one up by putting it in the lumber, so it worked out anyways. But I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm just looking at the sheet here, trying to decide whether or not I want to leave empties down, or not just necessarily leave empties down at the smelter, but possibly pick up some cars down at the smelter or not. Because I think I mentioned in a message there, towards the end of the last session I did, these 10-car trains actually have an interest. It's number one. I know it's not as perfect as the 13 and the 15s, like for the long journeys, but they actually work really well for places that go long and you turn around, because you can still see 5 cars back. So if you're taking a 10-car load, you go into that runaround at the iron mine like I did. You just basically unload your 5 cars, go do a turnaround, and then you're hooking up to the other 5. You're just doing those next. So it's a really quick turnaround for a single player, and you can see fine. And I think maybe once I had to readjust myself for the platform, and then boom, that was it. I was done. So it's nice. The only place I can think of where it might not work as well is at the smelter, if it's like a through train type thing.
Too.
No, the coal mine will work. The coal mine, if you go around the Y, even though the Y is kind of crazy to go around. I know Bob's not a big fan of that Y, going around a full train Y type thing, which I can understand that. I just did it because
like the way you did the iron ore mine with the with the turntable. I like doing that.
Yeah, no,
it's the least amount of rail, and it's the
exactly,
prototypical.
exactly. It's the same. It's similar to what I did for the logging camp, even though we never really used it and needed it, because it's just as easy to do 5 cars, move it up and down. It's quicker to move it up and down than it is to turn the train, I think, in those cases. So
Yeah, but I have used it when I've made like a long distance cordwood delivery, and I've come back engine first.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll use the turntable and the escape track.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that works then. Yeah. Well, then that's good.
Just taking logs down to the sawmill, I just back up the empty cars.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a short trip and they're empty, but longwood would definitely do it that way.
But that 5-5 thing, it works pretty good. Like originally, that big yard, we were building, like, because we were talking about, I know we were talking about running long trains, and then, I mean, down the road, I mean, that yard's going to be fine anyways. It's good. I even the last session, I finished building the depot yard. That's in there now. Because I dropped off the. What happened was I wasn't too sure what was in the yard. I had a funny feeling, and then I realized once I was looking at the sheet that you just went right from the top. You did 301, 302, and I saw it there. Actually, just before you chatted with me, I was looking at it, and I was going to take it because I was like, okay, I can get 301, 302. Everything else is ready to go. The logs were all loaded up, and everything was pretty much ready to go. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll do that.
It makes the sheet so much easier just doing them as individual trains.
Yes.
And then if I number them sequentially, then they're right next to each other, like you said, 301, 302. And then you can grab a couple of empty ore hoppers if you want, whatever that number is way down below. And you can say, yeah, I'm running a 301, 302, and 506 or whatever it is.
Now, the other thing you'll see in the tab too, I've already updated the sheet from the drop off that I did at the coal mine, or not the coal mine, the iron ore mine. So that's in there now as well. But there's also that storage tab. So if you look at that, you will see it's got sawmill 2. Now, I had 3 entries for sawmill 3 because that was the 301, 302 combination of the beams and the lumber. So they were a combination of both of them. But the reason why I wanted to point that out is because when you actually build the trains, it actually, how would you say? I mean, it's there. But the other way of doing it possibly is if you're building the train, maybe having some type of flag to say where it is, or you can even use those combinations to say, well, 301, 302 is here, and something like that. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like if there's any car storage somewhere, that'll cut into the calculations, and then you know what else has to be drawn from the supply, if that makes sense. So I got 8 beam cars in 2, which is, I believe, the next train on the line. You had 8 cars and 2 empties, I think it was. I just want to see which one that was. You probably went right in order, right? 8 cars of beams are next.
The one with 2 empties would be for rails from the smelter to go up to the coal mine.
Oh yeah. And then I've got 10 empties right now that can like even stop at the smelter or whatever. Possibly, even if I don't bring them, I could possibly drop some cars down there too to run a train. Because I'm not too sure. I'm trying to decide whether or not what I'm going to do with those 10 cars. If I'm just going to bring them back to the yard, or if I want to, because I got a boxcar now too. I did purchase the first boxcar, and that was, I didn't do anything with it. I've left it there. I haven't gone back south yet, but I did leave the one switcher. I don't know, it was Aurora, or who was it, Emmett?
I forget.
Was it Aurora or Willow? I can't remember which
Willow.
one. Oh, okay. What? Yeah, Willow then. I left that switcher down in the depot yard now because those cars don't need to go anywhere else. Those those other log cars that we have that extra, they can even just go down there, because apparently the other thing too is I took the inventory out of the pipe cars because apparently they're not taking them at the depot. So I put the pipe inventory.
Okay.
I put the pipe inventory down to 0. So it looks like either way. The box cars and the pipe right now would be exclusive to the southern section of the map. So Emmett and I was talking about, as far as once I finished the yard. Of course, I was thinking about this. just looking at the map here. Anybody who's following me on YouTube probably seeing a screen where I'm looking at a train or something, but I'm looking at the map, which is also a link that's available in the description. Actually, I'll post both of these right now in my chat for those that are wondering what the hell I'm talking about. But there's only a couple people on there right now anyways. But so we built the yard. I don't know how much that's going to take, that yard. I haven't really tested it because all I did was finish off the ladders that were already in place. But I think that works fine as a yard that works for the southern half as well. I was thinking that maybe a yard closer to the diamond might work better, but then I thought about that and I thought, yeah, it could, but then you're getting into curves and you got that nice long stretch. It doesn't really take that long to get down there, so it works just as well to run locals out of the freight depot to service all those industries. Really, I think that would work pretty good. I haven't even connected the refinery, but there's no needs. But there's a boxcar that's ready. Of course, we got raw iron. Was another thing I was thinking of grabbing.
Yeah, but you were gonna grab it on your way back.
That's what I was thinking of doing. Yeah, I'm looking at, and there's definitely a 509 that could certainly work. So I think I will take it as a 509. That's the only way my 5.5 system doesn't work too well with single player. Is I'd have to take my time.
Just realized something that's wrong with the consist there, because it's tier 2 cars. But that's okay.
What's that?
It would be 10 tier 2 cars on tier 3.
What, for the
for the raw iron. It's tier 2 cars that carry that.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it is. I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, Emmett just found something.
Train 509 has a typo.
It's saying 10 tier 3 cars. It's actually tier 2 cars. For
that's 509.
507 to 510. Any raw iron.
There's a few of those actually. The rails too are tier 3 cars. It says, but it's tier 2.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Emmett. You might be getting your tiers and there's tiers, but there's also the types of car. It's kind of weird.
Tier 2 is the same things that carry lumber and beams, which is also raw iron and rails. So those 4. They're all tier 2.
Oh, I see. So lumber and beams are tier 2.
And so are rails and raw iron.
Yeah, lumbers, beams, raw iron, and rails are all tier 2.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the 500 series,
the
500 series should be tier 2 cars.
And the rails should also be tier 2s. Anything with rails.
Yeah, 505 is showing it, so it's in the 500 series by the looks of it.
I'm thinking of redoing that sheet because it's going to be a big job.
Oh yeah, that doesn't matter.
So make sure that you're not typing in stuff twice. But I just I want to get all the train numbers.
I'm not going to add any more trains. I'm not adding more trains right now. I'm going to go with what you've got, and then I've got enough information going. Like right away, I saw 509 is perfect. What I was saying, one thing I was saying before Emmett noticed that was the way that little single player, which I think still works good, that you and I or whoever else runs single crews, because it's more important that we run as many crews as possible right now, as opposed to running in teams, which is more for bulk and efficiency, I guess you would say. Bulk and efficiency, I think, is the advantages of having a team, but it's not for speed. For speed and getting more things done, it's more efficient to, even whether you're running single player, like, grinding it out, or doing something like I did today. I mean, I was able to run 301, 302. It was a nice quick turnaround, after I got things going. And then even with that, I was in that same period, I was able to run that little short train from the south. I finished the yard. I was able to all do that within a few hours, so it didn't take too long. Emmett was sleeping throughout the whole thing, pretty much, but he's awake now.
Yeah.
So, but the 5-5 thing doesn't work too well from a single player standpoint, but I think as long as you take your time, the only way it doesn't work too well is the smelter. Because the smelter, you're either doing it in... The only way I think it would work is if I ran all the empties back, but then I'm thinking to myself, well, I've got all those empties with me. I might as well grab a 509 and head on down. Basically change into, because I got 10 empties with me. They're begging for raw iron, so I think it's more efficient for me to just try to take a train and then just take my time loading it. But still works pretty good for unloading those big, especially the coal mine and the iron ore mine. Even with the way it is, it's still doable. I haven't tried it yet, but so anyways, that's what I'm going to be taking down. I think there's still some wood down there, and then I'm gonna go grab the. Is that what we want to do? Just run separate crews again, like we were doing before my vacation?
Well, I logged in at the logging camp, so I finished loading up this log train. I'm just bringing it down to the sawmill.
Yeah.
Which has 100 logs, so I'm not going to be dumping any of it.
No. Yeah, that's cool.
So just leave Betsy and the log cars here.
Alrighty. Sounds good. I'm heading down now.
So you're on your way to the smelter from the iron ore mine?
Yep. Oops, I gotta take off the brakes.
You got 2 on the back, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I remember. I usually do 2 on the front, 2 on the back. Of course, I had my 1 derailment of the day already, so ran a switch. Saw it at the last second. I was looking right at it, and I was trying to decipher it, and I was just like, I deciphered it totally wrong. I'm looking at the switch, I'm like, ah, crap. It wasn't a bad derailment, thankfully. Alright. There we go. Ah, shoot. Can't leave it. That's the second time I've honked it, but I'm not ready to leave yet. Alright, here we go. Hey, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you give me a cereal bar and some water, please?
Yep.
Thanks. Scott's been watching our action too. I'm hoping he joins us if his eyes can stand the strain. He's been watching us though. You know, I don't know if I have all my cars. I just want to make sure. I can. I can't wait for the caboose, the caboose.
Caboose.
I thought I saw cars back there. No, I'm fine.
So you look fine to me.
It's hard to tell with some of these cars. They look so freaking identical going down.
The same thing, so of course they're identical.
No, I mean you can't space them out. Those boxcars are nice.
Yeah, those things are cool. I want to see those.
Yeah, they look nice.
Did you play around with the doors?
Yes, I did.
Cool.
You were sleeping.
Yeah, I want to see those things explode. You can have a rule with the doors.
A what?
You can have a rule to keep them open or closed.
I don't give a rat's ass. Who keeps them open or closed?
Hit Y and have 12.
Hmm?
Hit Y and have 12. 12. Another one. There you go.
Okay, I've updated those tier types on those cars you mentioned, Emmett. And I'm going to run a 403, which is go and grab some iron ore from the mine and take it to the smelter.
Cool.
You guys are gonna have to meet somewhere.
Yeah. That's okay.
That's good.
I'll be down at the smelter soon, so working my way down. Well, that's what Bob was liking about it, is you get more meats and stuff like that. But it's also, like I said, we need crews, and this is one way of getting it done. If you can turn around a train fast like we have, it works even better. Yeah, I was eventually going to rename those cars and everything. I never got around to it. So I'm glad you got to it. There was some without a number. There was... I like, too, they start naming those... Did you happen to name both of the speeders? I think we got 2 speeders.
Speakers.
I call them speeders. I saw the one was renamed. Saw the sawmill.
I think I did put some name on them.
Yeah, sawmill's on one.
I like the track on this run. Just kind of admire how smooth it is.
Yeah, it's nice. See how the engine goes back and forth a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's, like, it was even doing it when I was hosting, it was just me. Like, the frames are fine. What's that, buddy?
I think it's a multiplayer thing in general.
I don't know. I don't know if it's just the engine, maybe it's the engines. Who knows? Or number of stuff in the world and all that other crap. That's why I don't want to have extra cars for the sake of having extra cars, especially if we don't have enough people. Like right now, we actually, you know, I got one boxcar when we're ready, so we were close for a full boxcar, but not quite. I always get that tree in the way when I take a picture. I think I have to cut it. That would have been fun with the S-curve, with watching somebody come down in the distance like that.
Another nice thing about 10-car trains is if you are doing one as a single player, you can see the whole train.
Well, I can see it anyways, but yeah, I apparently that might be a client bug. I think if you look under known issue,
it's a bug or just a setting, but
no, it's not a setting; it's a known issue. If you look under known issues on the main Discord, you will. It's like hashtag known issues or something like that. I believe that the client is a known issue to do it. I can see the whole train, but as far as visibility goes, it's definitely much better. Now even with 10 cars or whatever. Entering siding and yard east side of the smelter.
okay, I'm in number 5, Aurora. We're just getting underway out of the yard here.
Roger. But it works good. It's a nice number because you can see 5 from the front and 5 from the back if you do a runaround. This will test me here because I'm going into the smelter trying to load 10, but you have more turns and you have these kind of runs anyways, so I didn't have to. I could have dropped the 10 cars off, possibly in the yard here, or went up light power and tried something else, but I'm gonna try and see how I like it. You could also run it as a turn down here. Like I didn't have to do that.
Gotta release your brakes.
Hmm?
You had to release your brakes around 16%. You had to stop anyways.
Yeah, I had to stop. I knew what I was doing. Whee! That was cool. I don't remember falling down that one before.
I've done that.
Yeah.
There's something weird there. It makes you slide down it.
Yeah, it's called lack of ballast.
No, the ballast is angled. It's weirdly. It's hard to explain.
Oh, because it goes from...
Yeah, it
You go
goes-
from double to single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The angle makes you slide down it.
Okay.
Number 5 Aurora entering main line at the yard heading for smelter. And it's nice, I'm following in your tracks, so those 3 switches were all set for me at the north end of the yard.
That's right. And you are set for the main at the west end right now. Just trying to think here. You're set for the main at the west switch. You'll have to throw the east switch back to normal.
Roger.
Everything at the top is set on the main.
It's rails. You took the brake yet.
Yeah, I know.
That chick can go over the guns.
No. What's the capacity on these per car again?
3.
Oh, okay. Looks like it could go much higher.
I know.
That's why I asked. I'm like, yeah, that was 3. You sure about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never tested it, to be honest. But
Well, I believe it. I'll check the sheet one more time.
I know it's 3 on the sheet. Yeah. It says
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
I've never tested it though.
I don't want to test it. Oh. Yeah, I saw something up there.
So smoke.
Aurora entering smelter yard limits.
Roger.
You're not quite there. I wouldn't go there.
I'm where I want to be.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Did look good.
I think that was the first time I heard your whistle.
Oh, I heard you coming in. We were honking at the same time. I was going for a stop when you came in. I think you heard it once a few days before I went on vacation. Oops, is that close enough? Well, so far I'm positioning it pretty good. This is only car 5 and 6, though.
You still have room to fail.
I still have room to fail, yeah, thanks. Well, at least loading is somewhat less forgiving than unloading. Unloading,
I'd say they're both fairly forgiving, though.
not really. Unloading, you can be in the wrong spot and lose it. Look what happened to me with the, mistaking the lumber. And I've done that before, mistaking the lumber for the beams. And that was with my new method. I just wasn't paying attention. So that's one thing to keep in mind, Bob. Is the loading to me is more forgiving, because if you load as long as you've gone far enough and you're loading the wrong empty and you went a little too far, then it's okay. The only danger would be is if you tried to load a one that was too close, I guess. Then you lose a beam maybe. But.
Number 5, Aurora, clear of smelter yard limits on the main line towards iron ore.
Roger. Yeah, it gets harder to see back here, that's for sure. But again, it's just stop and go. So you get it right.
Got a bit further.
I don't know.
You got further to go.
Well, I'll take a look. Oh, yeah. Almost like a car. Another 10 ties.
Say 3/4 of the car.
Yeah, 10 ties.
2/3.
About 10 ties. Let's see if I hit it.
There you go.
Yeah. The longer the train is, the more the slack, so... A 10-car train's much more forgiving than a 15 in that respect.
Server I was on last night, they wanted to do a 25-car train, double-headed with 2 Eurekas up front. But we couldn't get them connected, so we ended up going up with just the 1 Eureka. But the train was so long, it kept stringlining. So then the other guy brought up the other Eureka to act as a rear train helper, and that created its own problems. And it took like 4 hours to get to the iron ore mine. It was horrible.
That kind of crap ain't
But
happening.
we made it. But
Well-
the 3 of us could have ran 3 smaller trains.
Exactly.
And done the same work, you know.
Exactly.
5 times over, I'd say.
I love the ability to run a big train if it's feasible, but
Not. It's not prototypical, these kinds of units.
no.
I mean...
And I have heard that 10 to 12 car trains is actually possible.
I've heard that it's actually very prototypical.
Well, there you go.
I've done some research on my own, and I've seen that a lot of the pictures of like these units and stuff is hauling passenger cars, which you gotta go for as well.
Yeah,
It's
I
on
see that.
passenger
I
cars.
can see that. Don't worry.
And usually at the time they would only haul like 2 or 3 because there's not that much passenger demand.
Yeah.
But they could haul a lot of freight, and they have.
That's okay. I think as long as we keep our yards at a reasonable length and not try to get these monsters.
I think you went a bit too far.
I think about 6-way now. We'll see. I think I was about a car out.
I think you'll be okay.
Well, we'll see. No, I'm fine. I was right where I wanted to be. Ooh. Well, that's okay. Now let's see what happens here. I'm only going to go with 1. Okay. So there was the forgiving part, right?
Yeah. That was just you going a bit too far.
What's that?
That was just you going a bit too far.
Just a bit too far. I'd rather go a little far than not far enough and then waste one.
Like, so it's going a bit too far.
Well, you just do it on the one that you look at it and then you yeah. Yeah, I think it's a nice balance. Like, if you're in a nice short distance, like, even the depot down to those industries in the south doesn't take too long for a 5-car train to service. In fact, I would say a 5-car train is more than enough.
You're doing a 10, so.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Well, you're doing a 10, so.
Well, I understand that. I get that. I know I'm doing a 10, but I was in a position where
Made sense.
I had 10 cars and I thought,
It made sense to do
But at the same time, I could also run 10 cars to that yard and let the switcher handle it.
So do you want to test if it can load more than 3?
I'm sorry? What's that?
Do you want to test if it can load
I'm
more
not
than 3?
I'm not testing anything. I don't want to waste any. I waste enough on my own.
Just looks like it should load more.
Yeah, I'm sure they've tested it.
What if someone's trying to make a slingshot for dudes?
A what?
Just like an ability to launch a train halfway across like the map
Why?
and bring it to the next location.
Okay.
I just wonder if anyone's tried it.
A slingshot.
Yeah, basically.
For how the hell you make a slingshot?
Glitches and stuff.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
If I could launch a train, if I could launch a train close enough to the next destination, that could be, then you get money.
That's stupid.
It's stupid that I think
That's
someone's probably tried it.
Oh my God. And you're gifted?
I just wonder if anyone's tried it.
Oh, you're just wondering if everybody's tried. Okay, you're not suggesting to try
No.
something like that.
No. I just wonder if anyone's tried it.
I'm sure people have tried a lot of crazy crap. I've seen all kinds of stuff. I've seen people have bridges crossing over there, so they can like overhead bridges where they can throw the logs right in. They have their things up above and. Yeah. Number 2, Emmett, leaving westbound. Smelter track, west siding switch, left in reverse position.
And which way you headed?
Heading westbound, heading west and south to
Ironworks.
the ironworks, that's it.
Should pick up the boxcar at the freight depot.
Well, I'm thinking about that. I'm also thinking about bringing, well, there's a lot of things I'm thinking about.
So you can transfer.
I'm thinking about transferring this train over to the small train to do runs of 5 anyways.
If I were you, I'd just take the full 10 run.
What's that?
If I were you, I'd just take the full 10 run to it.
Yeah, it's just it's like I said, when you're single player, that takes a little bit more coordination. Yeah, it helps if I add. I'm looking, I'm like, it doesn't feel like it's pumping. I don't think the pressure was down.
Pressure was down.
Oh, it was down. Yeah, well then that was explained it.
You should have got up the hill though, because I've done this here before, and sometimes your train will break.
Well, that's okay. I can always drift back down if I have to. Number 2, I'll stop at the spiral.
heard something or read something on at some point. If a client gets to a point where we cannot unload a car, all we need to do is run away from the train until it vanishes out of our draw distance, and then run back to the train. And I did that once so far, and it actually worked.
Well, that's good. Well, it's good to have the workaround then. They'll be able to. They should be able to have a client hotkey that's able to reset that for you. It's a setting. It's a sync setting. They'll figure it out. If they don't figure it out, they'll have a resync button or something. Because it's a sync issue. I'm just trying to think of how that plays out. I'm trying to remember Run 8 if they had something like that, but I can't. I don't think so. Number 2, entering sawmill yard limits.
Roger.
Switches aren't my favorite.
I know that. That's why I had my mouse over here.
Put your brake off.
I know that. Relax. The only switches against me is the one right at the point. Oops. Number 2, departing sawmill for depot yard.
Roger, that was a quick stop.
Yeah. I just had to flick a switch and add some goodies and now I'm probably going to actually train this one depending upon what the yard size at the depot. I gotta wait and see on that one. I may have to double up on that one, but because I don't know what capacity is. It's not.
Where'd your hand car go?
Hmm?
Where'd your hand car
It's over at the sawmill. I think he put it over at the sawmill where it says sawmill. It used to say 80 or something like that.
Yeah,
Something
80.
useless. I think I tried to number it. And,
It switches against you, Pierce.
yes, I know. That's why I got my
know.
brake on.
That's why I'll go upstairs right now.
Oh, I see.
Nice to not interrupt you.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a good weekend, buddy?
Yeah, it was fun.
Good. Okay. Love you too. See ya.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Good night, Emmett.
Night.
So what do you have in mind for the this big change that you're talking about with the train numbers?
Oh, just add more drop down boxes and calculations. You're not entering in the same thing multiple times.
Yeah. I'm wondering.
Like that's
Go ahead.
that's how I missed that tier car number thing on the 500 trains, because I was entering that in separately from the choosing the whatever the beams of the rails. So if you choose a train and you're going to put beams or rails or lumber or raw iron on it, it'll automatically pick that tier 2 thing. Like you won't have to do that as well.
This is just an idea, and I'm not too sure if you can incorporate this. And because I see the different train numbers with the different capacities. What I'm wondering, and I know it goes against, when you say running a train number or whatever, like when they say you're running a certain train number, traditionally a train number would be location to location and and definitely type. So like if it was a manifest, or if it was a specific set of commodities or service certain industries or something like that. I'm wondering if it would be wise to consider, and I don't know how this plays into with your calculations or not, but let's just say the train that I'm on right now. Now I'm actually headed for the yard at the depot, because I'm probably going to break it down into another train, is what I'm thinking. But I'll have to wait and see on that, because I know I have boxcars and I have a local that can run that area pretty well, considering I don't necessarily feel comfortable running a 10-car train down there by myself, with the backups and all that other stuff that's going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this into the depot. But what I was getting at, my point was, if there's a way of having the train number, if you were to say it calls for a train number, and it tells you a maximum number of cars you can run, or maximum, not necessarily a maximum number, but I'm just trying to think of it, because I'm thinking out loud, but something in which you decide the number of cars based on how much you could run, but use the same train number. So this one, I don't know, like as far as numbers or whatever, it could be a 300 and not necessarily the same number class for each type, but a number class for like the freight type or whatever. I mean, they would all be kind of like a 300, maybe a yard job, like a 500 series type thing that runs out of a yard. I know I'm thinking more along the lines of how the modern day does it necessarily. I don't know how they did it so much back then. They probably had more trains actually, but I'm just wondering if that's feasible, as opposed to copying a bunch of different values or pulling down a bunch of different values, where you could actually choose the possibly even choose when you're actually choosing the train, like selecting it in the sheet saying, hey, I'm running this train right now, so you have a train that's in transit. And then when it gets there, if it doesn't unload into the system, which can be tracked, say for example this train, I'm going to basically try and get these 10 cars into the yard, or you have cars that are sitting in the yard right now at the sawmill, which are really, there's money to be made for those cars. So that's a train that can be made right now, as opposed to something that needs to be built, let's say, if that makes sense. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but
well, I don't use the train numbers for anything because it literally shows up on that last page,
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes to the next page where you run the trains.
Okay.
And it's just a number so that we know what we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
And that train number can be as simple or as complicated as you want it.
Okay. So it could be simple, like say, for example, because if I was to say I'm running a 300 and let's say, for example, we know it needs at least 10 cars. It could just specify the maximum number of cars. Obviously, we'd have to get to a point where we decide what the maxes are. I think, as you know, like what realistically we want the server. Do we want to have 30-car trains? I know some places will do it. I personally don't want to see a 30-car train. It's asking for trouble. But having a 13 or a 15-car train once in a while, if you got the crew to do it, hey, break a leg. You know, we've done it. We haven't had that many issues. So. Well, this is an equilateral. Is it an equilateral yard? I'm not 100% sure. Yes, it is. It ain't gonna store much, I can tell you that. And I'm not gonna change it right now anytime soon, nor do I have to. But even if I was doubling down a 10-car train for 2 5s, working my way from there, I can use the same unit or same power. That doesn't really matter. I got power down here, but that don't mean nothing. I can bring that back up. Of course, I haven't done anything with that the demand side of things yet either, so. Oops. I forgot to give myself the yard lead. Entering depot yard limits number 2.
Number 5, Aurora, finished at the iron ore mine, ready to come down the hill.
Roger.
Okay, we're taking the main line from the iron ore to the smelter.
Roger that. You are currently have a switch against you at the east end.
Roger. That was cool, loading up 3 of the hopper cars, then turning around the locomotive, and then loading the other 3 by pushing back. That meant I didn't have to run as far.
Oh yeah. So you did a 3-3, and I've been doing like 5-5. I haven't tried doing the yeah, that works out too. Because you can go that way and then turn your, what'd you do? Do 3 and then turn your train around and then did the 3 from the other end?
I loaded 3 and then I turned the locomotive and then I pushed the other 3, loaded them.
Yeah.
So I was pulling the first 3, loading them, and then pushed the last 3.
That's what I've done. That's what I've done with my 10-car trains too, or for the unloading. Works out good.
That's what I understood. I was just saying I tried that as well, and it works well.
Yeah, it's nice. And I mean, you pretty much have to do it for that run anyways. You have to turn the train around, so works out great. And you
it's no wasted movements.
Nope. Not overshooting or undershooting and all that other crap. It wasn't too bad. Like once I got down to the bottom there, I was at the smelter. I made I think I made one misjudgment. Maybe 2 actually, but it wasn't too bad. Unloading, like I said, is a little bit more forgiving than loading. Loading, loading's more forgiving than unloading. Unloading is not as forgiving. So if if you're not at your spot and you're trying to unload, you better be sure. Whereas the loading, you could be under the crane, you could be a little bit off from it. You might get lucky. About to find out what the capacity is. This ain't too bad. Very close to 10-car capacity. Not so much train, but... yeah, not quite. Hindsight, when I built it, I wasn't really thinking of capacity so much. So these tracks have seven car capacity. Kind of off balance, but...
So right now the trains are numbered. The first number is the industry the train originates at.
Mm-hmm.
And and then the other 2 digits is just the train number for that industry.
Right.
Do you perhaps say want a -123 on the end of that train to designate 1-1 being a small train for 1 person, -2 being a medium train, and -3 being a longer train? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
I was thinking of having a train, but the number of cars doesn't necessarily have to be defined, but the limits are defined, if that makes sense. So, say for example, there's at least one car to run a 30 whatever that's available. So there's one car, let's say there's at least one car available. So it will list that train, and it will basically show you what the capacity of how many cars can be run based on what's available at either loading or storage or whatever, and what can be dropped off, without like overloading. Because that's the other thing
You
too.
mean overloading as in weights? I mean, we really don't know the actual.
Oh, I know, no, not weights, not
So I don't know
weights.
if I can add that into calculation.
No, 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 not weights. I didn't mean it in that term. What I meant was, for example, here's an
When you
example.
talk capacities, so
Capacity, yeah. So what'll happen is, for example, if you were to drop off at the coal mine, if you were to drop off just beams, let's say. So here's what I'm thinking. So let's say we have a train number that's 30. I don't know. I'm just making up numbers, like whatever. Doesn't really matter the number so much. So train 301 is a train that runs from sawmill to the iron mine, and it is a train 301, let's say, and that train can hold it can carry lumber or beams. So that's like one of its commodities. I think you have a commodity table too, if I remember seeing that too, which is interesting. Whether or not it would play into that, like as far as picking the commodities, I think that's what we're thinking there too. Is so you're basically specifying that train in the train specifications is a 301 can bring in lumber, or sorry, it can bring in lumber, and it can bring in the beams up to the iron mine. What would happen there? Number one, it's only going to list it if it's only going to give you the possibilities of what can be done anyways, I suppose. But maybe that's too advanced. But so when you have that train, you may have I don't know, say you have 100 cars of lumber sitting around somewhere, and the system knows that you have those cars available because you've already pulled them from the sawmill, and they're sitting in yard tracks. So they're sitting there. They're basically in transit, or they're available in storage in transit. So it's a load waiting to make money that can be put onto that train. But here's the catch is, once you get to there, I mean, you may be able to run to a storage track somewhere if there was one available, which there isn't, because we don't have a storage track at the iron mine or anywhere else for that matter right now. But what you can't do, the only storage that's available is the capacity of what you can drop off without overloading the other commodity. Do you know what I mean? So you got I think it's 24 lumber, I think it is, or beams, or I forget which one it is. It's the inputs. It can only take so much of the input. And if it doesn't have enough of the other one, it won't be able to run. So there is a limit. There is an actual limit.
Right, and my sheet takes that into account.
Exactly.
It shows you that.
Exactly. So that's basically what I'm thinking, is the train would actually be in a situation where all you're doing It's listing the train. It's listing the maximum number of commodity A and commodity B that it can take. So you're either going to take the max or you're going to take part of the max or whatever. Whatever you decide to take, you can basically call out. Here's your max. You got I don't know, whatever it is. I mean, you could like. I don't know. I haven't really thought it out too much, but that's just kind of the way I'm thinking of a train, like what a train could be. But you have a lot of different train numbers, which is cool. So it's more of a commodity or a block or something. I think of it more of a block number than I do of a train number, because you may have train numbers that are for specific quantities, but chances are it's probably going to be running under the same train number, or like a physical train number. I know that's a way to identify it into the system, to say, so you know who's running what, or what's, this is available, this one's available, this isn't available because you don't have that much, etc. But instead of specifying the train, specify not just the train but the max. So you don't have as many trains listed, because you're only going to have so many trains in the system. There's probably only going to be, my guess is, under what I'm theorizing here, there's really only going to be, I don't know, maybe about 40 trains out of everything. Like, you may have one train that goes, you'll have a few trains that, you're going to have a few trains that's going to serve a depot from a various industry. I'm thinking it's only going to be maybe 30, 40 trains, maybe 50 at the most, if you take into account yard to yard storage. So if you're running, say what I'm running right now, I'm yarding this train because I'm gonna take over, run so many cars down there. And I'm probably going to bring that boxcar too, because I got a funny feeling I'm going to be able to load it. I don't know if I will or not, but we'll see. Because the boxcars, I mean, technically I can bring the boxcar not fully loaded back to the depot and add to the inventory. So I can give it its inaugural run, even though it's not quite a full parts order. But I know those are there. The raw iron, on the other hand, yeah, I got 10 raw iron, and in theory, I could run it, but then again, would I want to run it all at once as a single person? And I'm thinking to myself, no, I don't really want to run it all once as a single person, but at the same time, I was comfortable enough getting 10 cars on my way down as an empty to try to take advantage of that. And say, yeah, I want to bring those down at least and get them in position, so that they're there. If somebody wants to run them, 5 cars or whatever, or if they want to try to run the whole thing, then it's here. So I'm just thinking out loud. So, but I'm cool with whatever.
No, I understand what you're saying now. You'd rather have train numbers, so we have a smaller number of trains.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're each going to have blocks of cars. And
yeah.
Right now, the 301, 302, 303, those are blocks of cars.
Yes.
That are going to go on a train.
That's right. That's what I'm thinking. And then your calculations would calculate, number one, what is theoretically possible, and or what's possible as far as the limits of the inputs, and what's possible, like in what's actually currently available, and that can include storage as well, because storage, I think, is going to become a thing now. I mean, I've already this thing ain't going to store too much, but we do have a big yard up at the top of the sawmill that could actually, you could basically, somebody could actually take a bunch of freaking lumber and just store it, and that's just money just waiting to be run. So, I mean, That's the way I look at it. Is we have a bunch of lumber up there. I'm not saying that that's the most efficient way. It does make money, but it could, in theory, give choices to somebody if they want to run this, or if we're in a pinch and we really need this more urgently than that, or something like that, or we could really use that to make this particular industry, or even when it comes into the demand at some point, then we might even have more flexibility there to deal with the demand. Obviously, I haven't even touched the demand yet, so I've been trying, and then I got sidetracked, but right now looks like seven cars per track in this yard. Which is good. I would have liked to have 10. That would have been really nice, but... Love kicking cars in this yard. Oh, this works nice. Oh, I should have kicked it in the other yard track, you doofus.
requesting clearance to go from smelter back to the yard at sawmill.
Yeah, roger that. I'm all clear of you. I'm at the depot right now.
Alrighty, thank you.
Every little bit of steam out of this one. Oh, that's interesting. I remember it doesn't save the door position on the box cars apparently, which is fine. I don't care about that because I had the doors
Oh,
open.
you're able to open and close the boxes, the
Oh,
doors.
oh yeah, you can open one side or the other or both, but it doesn't save it. Okay. Oh shoot. I love climbing up on these things too. I couldn't figure out how to do it at first, and you just look at the towards the ladder, and you just push ahead, and then boom, you climb up the ladder to the top of the boxcar. That's the only way you get up there. Very nice. Yeah, it's kind of like the door, the hatch of the fireplace, or the boiler, I should say. Doesn't remember, because every time you come back to it, if you've left it open, it will be closed.
Oh, I never noticed that.
Yeah, oh yeah, I have, because I always keep them open. And it acts just like one of those doors, too. It makes the same sound, actually. Well, I think it does. Whoops. guess I'm going out to the main here. Up in Belleville, they still have a. I don't know if it's a working turntable, but they still have a turntable.
Cool. Did you do some rail fanning when you're out there?
Oh yeah, That's the whole point of our trips up there. It's a nice place where they do the crew changes. But actually, they do the crew change a lot of times between the English and the French crews. So you get a lot of French speaking on the radio of any crews coming in and out of Belleville from the east.
Oh, nice. There's 61 cord wood and 21 iron ore at the smelter. So there must be something on the other side clogging up the works.
What is it again?
61 cord wood and 21 iron ore, and it stopped processing. So something must be at 100 on the other side.
Well, I took 20, or what I took 10 cars of beams down this way. Or raw iron, I should say. Yeah, I got the raw iron train that I brought down here. So I brought 10 cars of that.
A nice train from smelter later on is going to be 5 cars of rails to one of those bottom 3 industries, and then 5 cars of raw iron to one of the other ones down there.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's going to make a nice 10-car train.
Absolutely. Oh, that'd be perfect, actually. Because then it comes right into the yard. I did the 10 because I had the 10 raw iron. I never thought of that. Does one of them take? Yeah, one of them takes rails, right? I'm just trying to think of who takes the rails now. Oh yeah, wait a minute, that's a coal mine, isn't it?
Maybe it's the factories down there. One takes beams, one takes lumber. Maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of beams. I need a bigger yard down here. I'm okay for now, but don't need it yet, but I can see it happening. I've got all the tracks plugged up now. Not plugged up, but I got plenty of room. Got a little mixed train number 4 right now. Working the yard. I kicked it with Emmett at the other end, and then parked Emmett. So actually, Emmett's taken up a whole track, so. Wow, I might have to actually start blocking these trains in the order of what's what down there. Doesn't necessarily have to happen, but I started thinking about that. I was thinking, okay, what's first and what's second? That's neat. Nah, I don't need a bigger yard yet. I got plenty of room here. I'm just blocking them all up, just blocking my train here. Got one empty box car, 3 empty what do you call it? Three empty pipe cars, and then 3 loaded beam cars I'm going to take down. That's not what I wanted to do. Actually, you know something? Hold on. Check my chat for a second. Holy crap. Chat's going nuts. Sorry, guys. Found 2 shortcuts that might help you. One from the rock cut straight across the coal ore. Wait a minute. Found 2 shortcuts that might help you. From the rock cut straight across to the coal ore mine tracks. Coal/ore mine tracks.
Yeah, one server I was on yesterday ran a bridge across that open chasm. Basically where your little looping roller coaster is down to the smelter, you just go right across to the other side.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're talking about. I can't see it. I didn't tab out or anything.
Oh, okay. No, it's I assume.
5 Aurora arrive sawmill.
Roger. The second one would be from the south end of your sawmill yard. South, the left curve going south, the left curve going to the ironworks. Then you avoid the freight depot. Oh, I see. Yeah, I know that. That's okay because I want the freight depot. So they're talking about avoiding the freight depot and going left in this one opening. I'm aware of that one. I've seen that. You can go straight basically from the sawmill, straight shot right to the iron mill if you wanted to, if there was a line there. Which is, you know, that I understand. So what you're saying, if I'm understanding, I'm looking at the maps right now. So instead of that little loop, we're talking about bridging right the rock cut and then coming across both water. I think those are pretty long bridges too. Maybe longer than what the bridge I have. So my bridge isn't that long. It's curved, and then it goes on the ground, and then there's a curved bridge again at the very bottom of it. But I've seen some pretty long bridges to get over that to get over that freaking canyon. I'm not interested in that. It's too long for my liking. I didn't mind the loop so much as I mean, the other alternative as opposed to the loop is to bridge across that little left gap and follow it up. It's just hard to get down to the smelter. I mean, it's doable. I've seen people actually follow the chasm to the west of the smelter and then come around, but I built a track going from the iron mine straight to the sawmill along the west side of the canyon, cross the ridge about halfway, mostly level. Then down the... Oh, this is Bill speaking here. And down the side of the ridge, no turning around. Tried to make... Oh yeah, spur of the right before it crosses the ridge down to the smelter, but hit a spot where I couldn't build a bridge. I've since discovered the middle of the building... discovered the middle of building a bridge, the lower elevation to support a higher bridge, so I'll try that again. Call me 3-1. Have you done a getting started tutorial? Have you done a getting started tutorial for this game? Me? Not me. Sorry. I haven't done any tutorials just because I live stream everything, so I just ran a 12-car train up to the iron ore mine and back down with no problems. Yeah, we've done 15s. People, I think, don't understand mountain railroading in the steam era is completely different than it is now. Yes. You simply cannot run huge trains around the corners and with the grade changes and with link and pin couplers. That's true. MGL, hello crew. Has anyone seen any lines connecting the coal mine to the iron mine? Yeah, I think so. Oh, wait a minute. The coal mine to the iron mine? That's a yeah, I've seen the refinery to the iron mine, but then that goes onto some crazy grades. There's a lot of crazy grades between. I shouldn't say that. There's an area around the coal mine. If you go a little bit further south, and then do a practically almost a 180. Not quite a horseshoe, but yeah, about a 90 degree, almost a little 90, 100, 110 degree curve. You're up on the top level. And there's a way down. It's really funky. I know there's a way to do it. I've seen it. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I like it the way it is. Not for me. What else was there here? I missed all. I hadn't been paying attention to the chat, which is also because it's never on my screen. I wondered about steep switchbacks using small trains. My son does it. I mean steep. He hasn't done it so much steep, but he does it to get to the iron mine from a lower level. With yards at each end for assembly and disassembly. Oh, for the steep grades. Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, Mark. I also have a line from the coal mine to the ironworks alongside the mountain down to the ironworks. Okay, so Scott's done it. Yeah, I've tried to avoid too many high grades and too many crazy bridges. I know I have that spiral there, but I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a quick snack and then finish building this train here. So was your list telling you what you expected to see as far as that train you were running? Because you said something was bug or not something was holding up the at the smelter, I think it was. But I knew right away it's because I took the iron cars, those 10 iron cars. Because that's interesting too, because say for example we're looking at the sheet and then all of a sudden I take a train. If it impacts it, like impacts those counts somehow, maybe I don't know, maybe some kind of way of
Well, of course it impacts it.
Oh yeah.
Unless you save it and re-update it, or we enter it in manually for that time.
I think
it's gonna change it.
I think yeah, and I think maybe that's something, because you were probably looking at the sheet thinking, oh yeah, this should be fine, or maybe you weren't, and suddenly something changed because I took 10 iron. So I've got, like, right now, the only thing I got right now is a storage. It's not connected to anything. And the only other thing I have down here right now, because otherwise I don't have the raw iron marked anywhere. I don't even have it in storage right now. Or something that would say that I'm running that train, or I don't know. Yeah, because of save. Speaking of saves, we haven't done a save.
Go ahead and do a save if you want. I'm on the ground.
Alright. Alright, we're saved. Yeah, updating the sheets during updating the sheet manually during a session works fine for me, but actually copying and pasting and doing all the MISI works and all that other stuff is a little too much for me. During sessions it's okay. It doesn't take that long, but let's see here.
Well, the mini-Zerg site remembers the last file you uploaded, so if you save it to the same spot, all you gotta do is tab out and upload and done.
True. Well, you tab out, upload, and then you have to copy and paste, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, well, I could do that part. I mean, if we were both on and we wanted to update the map, you could do the save part, and then
yeah, then one of us could.
Mini-Zerg site and do the copy and paste.
But again, like I said, if you're in the middle of running a train, or if you got any storage, that changes the counts too. Not so much storage, per se. Oh. Gotta check my pins on this one. Alright. Do some more kicking. Oops. Riding a kicking boxcar. That's nice.
Nice.
Love switching like that. Ah, cool. So this is a neat feature. When you're down on the ground, right? And the only way you're gonna get up on a lone boxcar by itself, I don't know if you can jump. No, you can go through the boxcar though. That's kind of
you can jump that high.
no. But here's the trick. So you go up on the ladder. You head towards the ladder. You just push towards it, and it will take you up there. However, there's these. It says, you know, it'll have on the ends of the boxcars. It'll have not a ladder, but it'll have a footstep on each side. Well, really, it doesn't matter whether or not you take a side or not. You can just basically you run towards the boxcar. You don't have to jump. Actually, now it won't do it. Okay, it did it that time. You got to be towards the sides. You can't be right in the center. Ha ha! The little foot things work. Oh, that's cool. You don't have to do the little Mario jump. Super Mario jump, huh? Although that does work, it seems. So if you're on like the little flat cars, you can actually run into the little kicker, and it gets you up there. But it won't do it if you're on the ground. You have to take the ladder. That's sweet.
I was on a sim last night where they loaded up logs and cordwood at the logging camp, and then they put it on this ramp track, and then they sent it down to the sawmill without an engine, just purely by gravity feed.
I've thought about doing that.
At the bottom, they have like a runaway train ramp that catches this train, and it kind of just, the guy was using the word porpoise. The train cars just bobble back and forth until they run out of energy, and they eventually stop. It was pretty cool.
Well, that's what the old tunnel track used to do for me. I remember that. It would run back. Remember how it used to run back and forth? I'd kick cars towards the old tunnel track, and it would do that. I guess when you're pushing a train backwards, which is what I'm going to attempt to do here, you want the loads on the engine side, because you don't want that much weight pulling you. You still want the weight with the engine. Despite the fact having fun on my vacation, I was like, after the first day of the vacation, I was like, man, I miss playing my train game. This was the longest stretch since I got this. I have never been more than 48 hours without running this. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Done 24, but
serious withdrawals.
It wasn't that bad. It was just like, man, I waited, but then I was having fun, so. But nah, it was cool. But I felt it at first, and it wasn't a bad thing. I wasn't miserable or anything. I was just like, man, I wish. Like, it was when I was waiting for some trains. I was sitting there, there was a bit of a lull, and I was like, man. I had worse lulls. I mean, we had busy times. Actually, that was the first day. That was the busiest day. But we had worse lulls last day or two. I don't know if it has anything to do with the floods or whatever. But I heard that, you know, with some of the track out on the west, that it could be. But the density came down on the weekend, I noticed. Sometimes that does anyways. Like we got there, because we had the U.S. I took the U.S. holiday for vacation, so I traveled Thursday, got there Thursday evening. It was fairly busy Thursday evening, and then Friday it was busy most of the day. Saturday, Sunday, not as much. The locals were running all days, but the probably wasn't running all the trains. Except the intermodals. They run a lot of passengers down there. Insane. They run two sections of like they run like there's like a via train. This is kind of weird. They'll run two sections of a train that goes to Ottawa and a train that goes to Montreal back to back within 10 minutes. And they do it both ways. Almost every train does it. Except the odd one, which was... Well, yeah, no, that's how... And I was looking at my schedule back in 2019. I thought to myself, this has got to be something new. I don't remember this happening. But sure enough, that's how they do it. I was like, oh, wow. Because in different places like Port Hope or whatever, you don't notice it as much. But in Belleville, you do. Because they have... Belleville's not too far from Brockville. And that's where all the crew changes are. I'm just running back and forth here. I think I have my train.
I wonder if the reason for both those trains is that when it gets from Toronto to London, the one train takes the CP tracks through Kitchener and Waterloo and all that stuff to the north, and the other one takes the CN line to the south through Oakville, Hamilton.
It's possible.
Brantford.
It's possible.
So I know they used to do that. Like you would have like 10 trains from Toronto to Sarnia.
Yeah.
But 5 of them would take the Kitchener run. And
well, the Sarnia,
the
ones that take the one way go to Sarnia. The ones that take the other way to Windsor. Which one is it? I think the Sarnia ones go through the southern route. And the ones going to Windsor go through the northern route, the old GXR line, like through Guelph and all that. But then there's this odd train that runs out of London. They call the Tutu train that does that. That could be. I know the other thing too is that Ottawa doesn't have a turning facility, so you'll always know which train's an Ottawa train because it'll have an engine on both sides.
Yeah, they started doing that once COVID hit and they had extra power line around it. They're gonna mentally use it, right?
Oh no, they've always done it. Ottawa, they don't have ability to turn. They have done that as long as I remember, because they've never had a turning facility in Ottawa. What's weird is CN is running a lot of trains, and they got in trouble with one of the trains they had too. Where they didn't have enough power to test the EOT was screwing up on the EOT wasn't screwing up, but the head end was screwing up. And they've been running. CN's been doing some weird stuff with the power down there. They're not running your usual 2 engines. They're using one engine at the front. These are 2-mile long trains almost, a little bit lighter, but these are manifest trains. But it's so flat down there, they'll run a 2-mile long train, but they'll have one engine at the front, and then they'll have a mid-train helper. Now, I've seen the mid-train helpers, I've just never seen it without 2 engines at the front, and they do this on a lot of their trains, especially the intermodals. Now, I've seen it with intermodals, but they're doing this with the manifest now, too. It's crazy. And then all of a sudden you have an engine that screws up. Like, they must have They must be really distributing their power around or something. But yeah, down there is for Ottawa. You'll know that you'll have the two. And I've seen trains. This was the crazy thing is I would see a train that would actually have. There's one passenger that heads towards Ottawa that has an engine, what looks to be a mid train, and then an engine on the back, passenger. And what that is you got the Montreal section at the front. And then you've got the Ottawa section on the rear, but most times they don't. They actually separate them, and they all change crews at Brockville anyway. So this is where Brockville they separate it, and they must have it in the schedule for the arrival and departure. But crazy stuff. But I think they're running full schedules right now.
For VIA or CN or CP or
VIA. CN looked like about the same that I'm used to seeing down there. CP, hard to say because you never know when the hell CP's running down there. They don't run that much, I find. Oh, shoot.
Well, it was a nice little run with Aurora up to the iron ore, picked up the iron ore, dropped it off at the smelter, came back to the sawmill, filled up the firewood, filled up the water, parked it in the yard.
Nice. Oh, I gotta build up my steam. After all that. It's probably running around and then didn't even notice that. Here, I'll check the chat one more time. Nothing happening. Okay. Almost have. I got my 2 blocks together. I just got to get the train together and away I go. I'm gonna have 3 of the 10 iron cars, 1 empty box car, and 3 empty pipe cars. And I'll leave 7 in storage up here for now, until we have the room or capacity or whatever. But. There we go. Alright, last move. All right. Well, I finally got my train together.
Cool.
You just run on top of the boxcar. It's hilarious. No jumping, no nothing. But when it's by itself, then you gotta actually make an effort. Oh crap, did I check if I got my way out? I got a 7-car train that I'm running backwards, so... Yeah, of course I had a switch against me. Okay. I think I came in the yard last time, but I better double check. Got like 3 switches against me, yep. No, I ran out of the main, huh? Alright. Number 4, departing south end of Depot Yard for Diamond.
Roger.
Ah, I didn't block it right. Now I remember. Oh well. So I got 3 loads on the front end, 4 empties at the back, or the lead, because I'm going in reverse down the main. Don't think this is going to cause any physics issues. Even with 7 cars, the visibility is a tough one. Going back down a main. It's relatively straight, so I was pretty comfortable with it. But I haven't ran this enough times to be familiar with how close I am to what.
Yeah, that's all virgin territory down there.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see a switch. I thought I did anyways. Oh yeah, I see a switch. Okay. I better check most of these switches. Yeah. The first 2 will work. Number 4, Diamond Crossing southbound for Ironworks. Yeah, I went a little too far. Kid didn't even put a bumper there? Jeez. Good thing I rode that. Ah, I should have stayed with the car. Should have stayed with the car.
Did it flip over?
Nope. Oh no, I stopped it. What happened was I didn't think I had enough room, so I kicked the car at the switch at the iron at the ironworks, and I was a little concerned of it. So I had 3 empties. I had it blocked wrong. I should have put the box car first and the 3 pipe empties. Which is okay, actually, because I'm going to be taking out the tools first. So in the end, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's actually a better thing I blocked it this way because I don't have anything to take the I don't have enough stuff to make any steel pipes or any more tools right now, but I do have enough to supply 28 tools to the depot. So I brought those down. Plus, I've got 3 of the 10 cars that I brought down for the raw iron. But I just ran past the siding, or else I could have loaded it. But that's okay. It worked out okay. Except I went too far for the switch, and when I was trying to kick backwards, and I defeated the purpose.
We just need some customers.
What's that?
We just need some customers.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. I'm not open for business yet. We're just filling up our inventory. We're not ready for our grand opening yet. We're just getting our
The shareholders aren't going to be happy holding on to all this inventory.
That's okay.
I'll have to start adding in a depreciation column.
There you go. That's okay. This ain't no business simulator. Just like people complain this is a loading and unloading simulator at the industries. What you up to now?
I just filled up the firewood depot at the sawmill, and now I'm running back to logging camp with log train Betsy on the helm on the point.
Roger.
Just filled her up with water and firewood as well. You might have noticed I put in a water tank near the 10 car storage yard, because the water tank on the other side by where the beams and lumber come out.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to use it. It was overshooting the water tanks. And you talked about making a service depot over there with the yard, so I just threw in a water tank quickly to.
Yeah, I did. It will work. It's worked for the tanks that I've used over there, because I've used it a lot.
Didn't want to work for my loco.
Weird.
Well, I'll have to try it again, or see why it works for one and not another,
Yeah.
or see what I did wrong.
Okay. Get this raw iron off. What do I got for, Oh yeah, I got 30 coal, that's right! Bonus! I forgot I had extra coal here. Giddy up! Well, this is going to be a nice, profitable run. Or semi. I don't want to... I'm sure it'll unload, but I don't want to jeopardize it. Let's try going back a bit. So yeah, I'm not too sure how you want to tie into the storage tab at all, or if there's another way you can think of. Because I got like 7 cars that are sitting up there right now. I don't think I'll get to them tonight, but they're there. So I guess they would play into calculations as well, or would they?
I don't know. It depends. It all depends on what you want to do with it.
Well, say something that's sitting in a yard that's ready to go, that could be used for something. I guess it really is. It's basically there. That could be made into a train, is what I'm thinking, but... Because that won't be reported by the system when you do the save.
Nope, that's not going to be updated at all. We'd have to keep track of that all manually. Put stuff in, take stuff out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not suggesting keeping track of empty cars or anything like that, or where trains are, or anything like that. But if it's sitting in a storage someplace too, it could potentially be used as I don't know what. Like I'll think of a few things. I've got I mean, there's so many different ways. I'd rather you finish whatever you're thinking too, and then I haven't really thought too much about the demand just yet. Going into the loading spur here. Going to load my first. Actually, it's going to be a full. I think it's going to be a full boxcar. I don't know how the hell that works.
Nice. That'll be lots of money.
Well, I just dropped off 9 more beams. I had 30 coal down there, so that's gives us another 9. I don't know if I need more beams, or I should have brought 5, perhaps. Sarge server, does he have a lot of, I saw he had a lot of boxcars. Is he doing a lot of, boxcar shipments in that?
On that other server I was on?
Yeah, was it Sarge's server, or he was just, the one, he was streaming it tonight when I popped in there a couple times. Because I noticed he was there, so I just went, oh yeah. So they got all kinds of...
The guys from the CMFRR, Dex originally started a server, but then he never played it, and I don't know why he didn't play it, but a guy named Rich connected all the factories up, and I don't know if Dex was busy, or Dex didn't like how he did it, or I don't know, so Dex stopped playing, and then Rich connected all the industries, and now Rich don't want to play it no more. But then Dex started a brand new server, and he's had these random people make all his connections for him. And I don't like the way a lot of the stuff is connected. It's not very good in my opinion. And Sarge got a hold of the save and then took it into Mini Zerg, and then added himself like $100,000.
Yeah.
He built this big yard, and he bought all these cars, and yeah, so they haven't even started moving stuff around.
Oh, okay. So they're just wall scenery.
They're just dreaming.
Oh, okay. So I don't feel so. I was thinking, I saw all those that was the first thing I saw when I went into Sarge's thing. I saw all these friggin' boxcars all over. And he said he was glad he built the bigger yard, and I thought, okay, well this could be interesting. But I didn't know what was going on. I was, oh crap. Well, gee, I wonder if I'm going to be able to.
And Dex still. I mean, I was on that server for a while, and Dex still wasn't playing all that much. And Dex built some kind of shrine to himself, some great big. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it other than a shrine. He built like these big pillars and then covered it with the steel trusses from the bridge thing. And it's supposed to be like some kind of big open air amphitheater where fucking the Rolling Stones are going to come to play. Or I really just don't even know what he's thinking. But it's just It's just fluff. It's just fluff. And then Sarge uploaded the wrong save, and so Dex's little auditorium thing wasn't in that save. Meanwhile, Sarge did all that work all day today, building another yard, buying all those cars, moving them over to the yard, and he and 5 or 6 guys were on the server the whole day. Dex logs back in. Oh, where's my whatever building? He said, where's my building? And Sarge's like, oh, I thought you deleted it. I didn't see it. And he's like, no, you used the wrong save. And so then they're having a discussion back and forth about whether to use Dex's save, which had this building shrine thing in it, or to keep going with Sarge's save, which had like 20 man hours of work put into it. And Dex was upset.
Oh. They heard a shrine?
But he's young.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like hanging around on the young servers too much.
No.
There's one guy there. He's like, I'm ordering Panda Express. That Mandarin lemon chicken is the bomb, bomb, bomb. And they just talk and talk and talk, and they never shut the fuck up. Sorry, pardon my French.
That's okay. Okay, so we got 37 tools ready. How many of these boxcars take again? 35, was it?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with all that stuff yet.
Let me take a look. Let's see here. So... yeah. So, tools. 32. Oh, very nice. We had 30 before, so now we're going to be able to fill up a full load. I better be careful. These tools are expensive, so I don't want to drop them in there. Well, let's see. I'm going to try one. Oh boy, this ain't like that. Is this going to go in? Did it go in? Oh, it went in! Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, you were saying there was a bug that it wasn't going to accept it or something?
Well, no,
You said it didn't accept it at the depot.
What's that?
You said something wasn't accepted at the depot yet.
Oh, no. I'm loading the tools right now. I wasn't too sure if I was positioned correct. But this is the coolest thing. Where did that one go? Oh, there it is. They needed something other than a crane. One of these days they're gonna have to update this. This is hilarious. So, you know how the cranes are, right? I don't know if you've ever seen the. Have you been up to the iron works yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I'm loading down here right now. It actually takes a while to load, which is great. I love that. I don't care. If it costs a lot of money, that's great. But you open up the boxcar. You don't have. I bet you don't even have to open up the boxcar. But here's the advantage: when you open up the boxcar, you get to see the boxes as they're stacking up.
Nice.
And they stack up just like how you would load a boxcar. And it's sweet.
Yeah, the logs and the cordwood all do that too, right? Beams.
Well, yeah, I know, but
It's graphic.
it's the way the boxcar does it. I bet you it's going to double stack this soon.
Oh, I'm sure it would if there's 32 of them in the boxcar.
This is great. I mean, I'm used to it, seeing it with the other way, how it stacks. Yeah, how it stacks the pipes and everything. It looks like, bowling pins, but this is great because you got the boxcar open. I could probably close it right now. I bet you it'd still load. I would imagine. You can walk through the thing, so. Yeah.
So they're loading a boxcar with the crane.
Yes.
Dropping it in through the roof like a hopper.
Yeah, and it still works. Yeah, that's what. Well, what happened was originally Emmett lined it up nice, right? He had the line that was right up against the dock here, and I was going to load pipe because I would have had much more pipe on my first run, the inaugural run, but it looked like it was dropping it behind it, and it was. Because the track has to be further. The track has to be further out because the crane comes around, and it's. I guess it's a longer. I don't know if it's a longer crane. Maybe it's the same. I don't know, but it was overshooting everything. I can't wait till this double stacks. I derailed the last car at the end because it doesn't have a bumper, but it re-railed itself. Kind of fell off the end, but that was okay. That worked out good. Oh, this is sweet.
Yeah, I've done that a few times now. Bounced off the points of a switch.
Oh yeah, mine bounced off at the end of the track because there's no bumper. Emmett didn't throw one in there for me. Maybe actually, sorry, no, I'm not going to blame him. I think he had it. He had it set up to a tree. I never lined it up far enough. I don't have a tree in line where I was going to run it. That's why, and I never put a bumper. So that's my bad. He actually had it lined up to a tree. I love watching this load up in here. Just goes right through the roof, and it doesn't line it up perfectly. It hits the same spot just like all the other ones, and then it just loads on where it has to load. Oh yeah, double stacks. Nice. So let me see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, 32. Nice.
Yeah, they seem to have spent some good time making sure that the graphical representation in the game matches the numbers that they're talking about.
Now, eventually, they could use something other than a crane, but I'm not going to complain. It does its purpose. You know what I mean? I don't think you would load a boxcar on the top of the over the roof with a crane, but in theory, you could run a crane up to the opening, though, and
then use a tow motor or a forklift to put it in the boxcar.
yeah, I don't know what they had back then. I imagine they would have carts, pump carts, or whatever, or a ramp or something. Most boxcars are loaded with ramps.
Push carts.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have forklifts.
No, no. Steam powered, possibly. I don't know.
Steam powered hand carts.
Yeah, you never know. I can't believe it. You know how detailed, though, they went into this? Now, this is sweet. They actually were smart enough, as they were loading them up, so that you still had access to the door. They're the last ones that get double stacked.
Nice.
Well, wait a minute. Where did that one go? Wait a minute. Something happened. Okay, I spoke too soon. I think I spoke too soon. Let me try that again. I don't want to waste tools. Nah, it's kind of weird. I gotta move this ahead a bit. Well, let me move it ahead. It was loading great. And then suddenly it tried to triple stack. Let's see what this one does. I guess it was out of position a little bit. Because it was triple stacking. Now it's doing it. So it's smart enough. It was kind of weird. It was out of position at the end. It was doing it, and then it somehow fell out of position where it was just falling off the stacks of the boxes. But normally, if it's positioned properly, you don't have to shift the position around. Just aim it for the door, and it will stack it where it's supposed to. But it actually will load the sides first on the double stack so that you have room to get in that boxcar, in theory. Which is sweet. And of course I wasted 2 box of tools with that experiment, but... because I didn't know what was going on exactly. Now, hopefully this lands okay. I don't know if I have to
this happens. We wasted some iron ore in the early days, too.
Oh, yeah. It toppled. It kind of toppled and then it went in. Oh, that is sweet. We got 1 loaded boxcar. Oh wow, it's already 10:56. That sucks. I got 9 steel pipes. Well, just for the database sake, I'm going to get this moving. I'll probably go another 10-15 minutes maybe.
On the cordwood train, and I'll run a couple of trips to the smelter tomorrow to get that up back to 100.
All right. Yeah, I got 9 pipes, so I can load up 1 pipe car to take over to the oil. So I'll have 1 full box car, 1 pipe car. Gonna have to get some beams down here, I think. And I got 7 in storage. I should put that in there. Oh, where's the storage tab? There we go. So I added another entry. So I got an entry in there right now with the 8 beams of in sawmill 2, and then there's 7 raw iron in depot yard for the south. I'm gonna unload the rest of these, or load the rest of these. Then the save will match everything else. It's just the ones that are in transit or out of storage or whatever. Well, I'm curious how these things unload. I'll find out in a few minutes, but once I get my pipe, I know how the pipe unloads. I've already unloaded the pipe. Yeah, it is a nice little manifest. One box car of completely full tools, 32 boxes of tools, and 9 pipes on a car.
Yeah, there's something nice about manifests.
Yeah. And it's nice too because then you can still have that nice little even with a single player, I was able to take 10 of those cars and bring them up to the yard. Even though I can't fit 10 cars in that yard, I was able to double up on it. So it fit. I took the 3 cars that I doubled up because it only fits 7, so I took 3. I took a box car with me, and I took all the empty flats, and I got 2 empty flats that I've left here at the behind the smelter here, or not smelter, the ironworks. Okay, here we go. Number 4, leaving ironworks for oil fields. Ah, you idiot, you didn't top the damn fire off. Too busy wanting to run choo-choo. Choo-choo don't run on its own. Check the chat real quick. Not much happening. Thanks for all the likes, guys, and hope you're enjoying things. Okay, close enough. What the hell? Well, that's interesting. I had a derailment. I'm not too sure why. I was coming out, the boxcar derailed. I had the switch for me. Maybe I was going too fast? I'm not sure. Didn't think I was going that fast, though. I almost want to try that again.
If at first you don't succeed, run her again.
Well, I just want to make sure there's not something weird going on here. Like maybe it's too heavy, or I don't know. I think I do. Let me just check the brakes. No brakes there. Whoa! Jumped up and over. I had no brakes on, so I don't know. I do want to see that. It wasn't like a point where it just all of a sudden, you know, like stopped. It just kind of ran off its rail. Yeah. I want to try connecting that one more time. Yeah, I don't think it's a sharp switch. It's kind of weird. Unless it was somehow already off the rail, but I don't know. Very strange. Well, let's find out this time. Well, that time it went through no problem. Fluke, I guess. And I was going at a fair speed that time. I'll call it a fluke. I didn't think I was going too fast. I was just, going... Like, I'm relatively conservative when it comes to my speeds.
Yeah, I took it nice and easy today. I didn't derail a car or local or anything.
Oh, I derailed once, but that's because I still get perplexed by these switch stands every now and then. I'll see him pointing one way and thinking it's the other way or some stupid thing. Ooh, that's got a pin in it already. Oh, brakes. Yeah, we got brakes on. Okay, cool. Well, I might as well bring my empties out. A lot of work in this little job here.
Yeah, little switching is always fun and interesting.
What is this thing doing? I'm just slipping the wheels. Should be able to take these empties with me. Come on. I swear I looked at this already. Damn pins, couplers. I can see how this could frustrate the casual guy who likes to run trains. But thankfully they do it this way. Like, people are not used to those couplers. They're used to the couplers that just go boink.
Right.
Are not breaking all the time. Like, oh, my train breaks all the time. Like, yeah. It's because you did something wrong. Or I'm always in debt. Well, yeah. I still get a laugh out of that one.
Yeah, it's easy to make money in this game.
Yep. Especially if you even legitimately, it's so easy. I mean, they haven't even put the challenges in yet for that. We're putting our own challenges in. I haven't even implemented them yet, and I mean, there's still enough challenge. Which is why, to be honest, I probably haven't, you know, other than working through my lunches every now and then, but I haven't really got to it yet. Okay, now I'm finally leaving the ironworks for the fuel. I got a normal switch in front of me now, so I should be okay. Forgot I had a couple onto some empties anyways, after I derailed for some reason.
Can you throw a save down when you get a minute so I can log out? I need to get to bed.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna do the same thing.
I just wanted to save my position here by my train.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing as well, and then I'm going to I'll update the sheet in the morning. I'm gonna put this as an in transit. And I'm saving. I'll continue this tomorrow. Be the same time, 8 o'clock to 11 or whatever. It's saved.
Yeah, I mean, after you save, you can do some more for another 10 minutes and then just save it again. I just don't want to log out without a recent save, that's all.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You'll be okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll finish that off,
Yeah,
and then...
You can keep going.
Okay. All right, man.
Once you've saved it, it knows where I am.
You gonna be around tomorrow night, or?
Tuesday night.
Yeah.
At the country bar. We'll see. It's 50-50 if she wants to go or not.
Ah, there you go. Okay. Well, if not, I'll see you on Thursday.
Alrighty. Have a good night, Sean.
Okay, man. You too. Take care. Okay. Just gonna finish this one off for tonight, and I'm gonna call it myself. I should be able to sleep good tonight because Oddly enough, I slept great a couple of the nights. It's always great sleeping in a hotel. At least I find it. It depends on the hotel you go to. I'm just going over to the what do you call it here? The oil refine, or not the oil refinery. The oil field, I guess. I know there's a name to it. I just can't, for the life of me, think of what it would be. Yeah, that switch is always going to be left. Now, the other one's against me, so... Yeah, I'll load it up one more time. You know, this is the problem. I start getting stupider as the tired I get and the later the night goes on. I stopped to hit the set the brakes, and then I realized my fire was low. But that's cool. Ah, that's a good shot. I like that. Okay. Am I getting some pressure here? Good enough. Good enough for me. I'm just going to drop this off, make some money, get the goodies in there, and away we go. Now I'm taking the empties with me, that way I don't have to couple up to them, since I'm not going too far. Well, the next thing I gotta do is take some beams over here. Actually, I already got, or not the beams, we got pipe, I should say. Oops. There we go. Well. Oh yeah, I need beams here too. I knew I had, I knew I needed something else. So I need to bring beams down here. Okay. Now, hopefully I'm close enough. If I'm not, then I gotta redo this, and I'm gonna lose a lot here. Okay, we know what the door hatch does. Yeah, it's working. Very nice. Okay, 32. What are we at for total beams right now? Alright, steel pipe? Oh, shit. Well, that sucks. I can't do anything with that. So, I just loaded myself up a steel pipe car that I can't do anything with. Because I was trying to do something on my own instead of looking at the sheet. The sheet would have warned me not to, that wasn't available, because until I can get the beams going, this is stuck. Once I get the beams in here, suddenly a lot happens. Now I could go back, take this with me. Like, I'm going to save it now, but I can definitely take this with me, put it in the storage, and leave it at there. But what I'll do is, since I have 9 cars that I took out, which I shouldn't have, I'll just take a picture of that. Nice little screenshot. And then I'll save that, and I will add 1 car of pipe with my train. Awesome. So that's saved. That was fun. We'll be back here again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Might just be me. What do we got here? I have a feeling most broken links and derails can be contributed to curves that are too tight and too fast to speed. Well, yeah, I agree with that. And the one little derail I had there, it's possible I was too fast to speed, but I went a little bit faster. The animation of the boxcar is very cool. Do you have a yard where you can drop that car off in there? Yes. Yeah, everything's over at the depot right now. So we have a system set up in the sheets which allows us to sorry, my brain must be going. Let me see what we got here. So I think I have Willow. Yeah, Willow has 1 car of, let's see here. I just want to fill in a part of the sheet here. So I got 1 yard. Willow's got 1 car of steel pipes at oil field. Yeah, so it's currently at the oil field, bound for what do you call it? Bound for depot. I have 7 raw irons already at the depot for another run to bring in this way. What it needs now is it tells you everything that this is only 1 sheet actually. Oh, I was thinking of the oil field. No, I know what you mean, having a yard. We originally were talking about doing a yard at the other end, but we've decided, at least for the time being, we just finished up a yard over at the depot, which isn't too far away. It's a very, very quick run. And most of our trains, start and end. I shouldn't say most of our trains start and end there, but most of the trains in the south are going to start and end there, from what it looks like. We got 1 local. We have, we had a unit train come in with all the raw iron that came all the way, back from the smelter, that originally originated on another train that brought beams and lumber over to the iron mine. So, no, I'm not going to do a storage at the oil field. At least not right now. It's not necessary. If we ever get up to capacity, then here's the map. Let's see here. Actually, hold on. I gotta upload the save file anyways. So I want to upload my save file, and then you will see where everything is at. But yeah, there's many ways to do things, and having a yard everywhere would be cool. There's shortcuts that people have suggested, all kinds of things, and I understand all of them, which is fine. But having another storage or another yard over there is just extra switching that we'd have to do at the oil field, whereas all we have to do is block our train up at the depot, run it accordingly at the diamond, and we'd be fine. Once we get higher capacities, that could be a different story, but we have to have crews to even justify it right now. But anyways, let me just get back into that. I'm going to get out of the Discord level here. That's the latest map. Oh, you've already seen the map, actually. I forgot I wasn't in the game anymore. So I guess I don't have to show that map. So yeah, I have the diamond here. Had the extra pipe with me that I should have left at the ironworks. I have a sheet that tells me everything. Tells me what I can run, etc. He's done a really good job. Prices, capacities, you name it. All kinds of different things. Logistics. There's even more going into it. So I've got storage, steel pipes, raw iron, what's sitting out at the sawmill right now, and that would correspond to what is going on probably over here. Actually, no, this wouldn't correspond to the counts yet, because then we go down here and we go here start copying it. Industry up to and including the last 100 there. Copy that, and if I go over to RO inventory, Control Shift and V, which is, you can see some of like the core wood in and iron ore. Bob was doing his thing, so I can see from a glimpse what's happening with the entire railroad, not just where I'm at. So yeah, I uploaded that, and refinery's not connected yet because we don't have anything there. So store 7 cars, which is fine right now. This is the way the original ladder was built. I haven't updated it as of yet. Probably could have been better at 10, a little bit more efficient. This is 10 per. This also fits longer trains, although we're not really running the longer trains right now. Cordwood, for the most part, backs in, although he does use the, he was saying tonight that he does use the runaround and the turntable occasionally for some of the longer trains. And I don't know what the hell that was, but I don't know what I just clicked on. It says you clicked on segment so and so. Then we got nothing. We got a small, tiny yard at the smelter, which we use occasionally. Nothing at the iron mine. Run around. Coal mine, we have a big Y. There's probably enough storage. Eventually, we're going to have storage. Definitely looking at some type of capacity to hold at least 2 trains fulls, one coming in, one going out, so that we can run easily with single player. Although right now it's not too bad, but that's when you start having you have an industry switcher and all kinds of things. We're not even there right now. We're running 10-car trains right now, which is not. Most of the capacities are ideally for 12 and 15. At least they work out that way with the coal mine, the iron mine. They both run for 30. I think it's 12-car train and a 15-car train that normally runs it. But we've been finding it doesn't matter because the sheets will tell us how many cars we need anyways. So we just switch it up. We don't keep it as such. Yeah. So no, we don't have it. But anyways, that's all updated now. Just like that. Now I can start looking at where we're at. And there's still 301s because the iron ore, what do you call it? We've got all kinds of beams at the sawmill still available. Although the capacities are starting to go a little bit lower now. What it's not taking into account is for what's in storage, which I'm not too sure if that's being updated or not. I was talking briefly with it about Bob about updating it. Where's this? That's the, I think that's an empty. Nope. That's everything is fine. He's just been loading up. I think he's been loading up the cordwood, which is fine. It accounts for, so everything that is at a location, it accounts for. Whether or not there's load sitting here or not really doesn't matter. I mean, you can have as much as you want here. This is pretty much unlimited. It's once you get down to the other places where the you want to know what you have at what. this in particular, knowing that, hey, you've got seven cars, so equivalent of 21 beams, or not beams, 21 raw iron sitting here. I think it tells you when you look at it. Yeah, raw iron times 3. So yeah, when you highlight over it, and then it tells you. Does it tell you anything else when you see over these things? Oh, I see. It tells you the car number and everything. That's kind of cute. But I would have preferred to have this yard just a bit bigger. But we'll see. I was blocking on all 4 of these tracks earlier. I even have the engine. I was too lazy to get this over off to the turntable. That's the first time I've had more than one engine sitting up here. Since maybe the beginning. But I think it's coming along pretty nicely. I was pretty excited to get back to this. So the only other thing I can think of now on the horizon is connecting the refinery and possibly some changes. Or sorry, I know. We want to get a more of a service center here, probably in the center. We're thinking for all our locomotives, get them off the yards, and have a central service facility for the sawmill area. This is our busiest area. This could become our second busiest yard by the looks of it. At first, I wasn't too sure if I figured this was going to be the biggest yard in the very beginning, thinking it was more central for everything. And it's starting to come into play now as a busier yard, but this, by far, the sawmill yard is going to be the busiest. It's basically where your whole supply is coming in and out of, and you're building your first supply trains. Not only that, but you have other trains that we store up here as well. So we got the hopper trains that come up here. We run the hopper trains down from here, drop them off, bring them back up. Although they could, in theory, sit in that little small yard that's sitting down at the smelter, but we also use this to station up for coal trains as well. The coals will go all the way down, so it can go both ways. Anyways, that's about it. In the edit section, it will list what each car has. Yeah, I know. That's what this is. It's already in here. Right here, see? This was already pasted. So when you go into the edit section, like you said, I don't know if you missed that or not. Let me see if you got that. No, it's in there. I just did that. You must have missed it. When you go into here, and I was down here. This is the section right here. You take this. You basically take all of this up to that last item right there. It's already in there. This is where I paste it. So you paste value. So Control Shift and V. That's pasting it. So these numbers actually updated. So this is of the save a few minutes ago. It's all, and as the sheet changes, we make changes to this to make sure that it's filling the correct values. All these values are part of what's available to run as trains. So normally we would have, let me see, so smelter loading, for example. Not the beams. Let me see here. What's a good one? What's a good one? From the smelter. It's not even. Okay, yeah, here we go. So smelter loading. 10 tier 2 car trains. It's saying we can load that right now. Oh, that's because he balanced it out by running another train. So that started loading that up again. But these change. Iron ore from the sawmill, for example. No, that's a bad example, apparently. It says run it 1. You can run this 100 times if you wanted to run from the smelter to the coal mine. Rails? Apparently, yeah, there's enough that you can run available cargo 10, capacity at destination 10. So that can be run 100 times. This can be run 64 times. This has enough for 1. These aren't all the train numbers. The train numbers do pop up if they are potentially available. But we're talking about doing some changes to that as well. Over here, we don't have any. This is usually when we. Have stuff that we need to transfer, but at the moment we don't have anything to transfer because everything is there. Either that or he's working on the formula. And then here's all our trains. Now, of course, it's crazy, and then we're like, you get these color codes, so you can really look at the train list too and see all the different thing we have. Now, I'm talking about possibly using the train numbers, not so many train numbers, but it's not so much trains as it is blocks of cars, because a lot of times we will, like I took a 301, for example, I took a 301 and a 302 block that was sitting in the sawmill yard. I saw it there, it was sitting, somebody had made it, and I thought, okay, well, I'm just going to take those two and I'm going to, it says I can run up to the iron ore, and sure enough, I did that. I had 10 empty cars with me, because I brought 10 up with me, and then that's, the 10 cars actually became the, which one did that become now? Destination, smelter loading. So then I took 509. Now the difference with 509 is I had 10, and you can run this 9 times. So apparently there's enough iron that's in the system right now to work its way out that you can run that train 9 times. We got enough stuff that's available. So there's all kinds of trains to be run. It's quite insane. But here's one where it's just like, okay, you can run this 9 times. Capacity at destinations currently at 3. Available cargo is 3. But apparently there's enough to run 9 times. I don't quite understand that number. I got to find out a little bit more about that, because if there's only 3 and 3, then why can you run it 9 times? But yeah, loads a car 3. I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it's cool. He went through this with me, but then there's some things I'm not 100% certain. But he's done a really good job with it. I mean, there's all kinds of work that's been doing. He's still working on this. Actual maximum item. Yeah, I kind of like that too. That's kind of neat. He put that in there, the factories. That's kind of cool once we get that going. So fun stuff. The car RTS has 103 has 6 cars. Wait. Hold on a second. I'm not too sure what you meant by that. I like your yard for the sawmill. I think I might do something like that to increase capacity. My storage is limited and require more frequent shorter trains. The car our RTS 103 has 6 logs. See, unfortunately, I don't have 2 screens, so when I go to this screen, I can't see the chat screen. So, I don't know which one RTS 103 is. I don't even know where it's located. It must be on that sheet somewhere, but somebody see this for a minute then. Yeah, we can copy all that. No, I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is I could copy what's on each car. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure where 103 is. But yeah, that can be copied. It's just our rosters are constantly changing. It would take a lot, but I know what you mean. That's something to consider. I mean, that is something to consider. I know what you're talking about now. So yeah, we were copying this section here, which was the industries. But yeah, I've seen that before too. Never really thought of doing that, only because normally, like 103 has the logs. It's probably sitting up at, I must have missed it. It's got to be up there. It shouldn't be in a yard as far as I know, but it may be. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. What's over here? Okay, those are the 200 series. So that's a 200 series. Gotta change these colors. They're too much. They're too close to the other ones. Oh my God, it's 11:54. I gotta go to bed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it's sitting up here. These guys aren't so important. I'm not too worried about this because this is free crap. So I think it's easier personally. I'd have to mention that to him and see what he thinks. It's definitely a possibility. And I will run that by him, actually, because it might be... I don't know if it's easier to just copy it all. Like, if I was to copy it all, I would have to go with probably right there. Yeah, that's going to be tricky. Probably start right... I'd rather start at type. So I'd have to bring it all the way down here. And it would change every time we added new cars. Like, for example, tonight I bought 500. So if I was to do that, and I would do this, ooh, that got all kinds of information. What's it copying? Other than that, I'm not too sure. Okay, it's doing it as a percentage. Share color scheme, import color scheme. The setting below will require refresh of this page. Text label prefix. Well, that's interesting. Where the hell did it grab that? Did it grab everything? Oh, I see what it did. Okay, alright. So it had copied everything. That's what happened here. I was wondering where it got all that information from. I was just like, holy crap. Let me undo that. That's a little too much. Can I undo that one too? There we go. But yeah, there's ways around that. Edit. So I'd have to start it right there. Ah, see, it's not letting me do that. If I start at type, okay, just right past rolling stock. If I start it here, there. If I start at rolling stock, okay, let's try this. Okay. So that, yeah, that can be done. I don't see why that can't be done. Now the only thing it doesn't do is show you, well, it shows you the location on the map, which I think is good enough for figuring out where it is. And the color scheme and all that other stuff, so yeah, that'd be okay. But our main thing was accounting for it in the data, not so much that we had it. So as long as we know it's there. What the storage did here might be a little bit simpler. I'll see what he wants to do on that. Whereas you're just putting a little bit of an entry, and we're not going to be storing that much. I can't see storing that much, but who knows? Maybe at some point, maybe it's easier, maybe it's not even necessary. I would imagine it is. Would make sense anyways. But anyways, it's midnight. I've got to end this one. Holy crap! You got all kinds of chat with me. I can't keep up. Like I said, I can't see your screen when you're chatting like crazy, and I'm going through my screen, and it just like boom, all of a sudden I check the chat and it's like, whoa, there's like 100 messages here. He has a near in there, but it's not implemented yet. Yeah, I know. Grab the entire page. No, I figured all that out. See, it's just a thought. Oh yeah, no, that's cool. But like I said, as far as the chat goes, like if you're trying to tell me something while I'm looking at all that information, it ain't gonna happen until I come out to this page here. And then when I'm in the game, it ain't gonna happen until I come out to this page here. So, I just picked one car. Yeah, I wish the chat didn't have that damn delay. Right, exactly. And if ever updated, well, it doesn't matter if it's a delay or not. I'm not reading it live anyways. So I'm reading it back when I go back in the chat and or whatever. Yeah, that's not gonna work. No, it worked fine. The edit page. Control Shift C, Control Shift V. You can edit paste values. And that's what we do. So it grabbed the entire page, which he has a near in there, but it's not implemented. He has a near in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Well, that chat has a long delay, so it makes it tough. Yeah, I know what you mean. Anyways, I'm gonna end this for now. I gotta go to bed, but I'll be back again tomorrow, 8 o'clock. And thanks a lot for the ideas and all the support, guys. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later. Take care.